racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Flamboro Downs for this Thursday evening. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. In race number 1, we have scratches of 2 Mike Stoney, 7 Mac the Knight. Note that 9 Esplosione changing open bridle to blinkers. Scratches of 2 and 7. Race 2, no changes. No changes, race 2. In race number 3, note that we have an equipment change. It's on number 4, He's So Hot Hanover, changing steel to flip-flops up front. In race number 4, we have an equipment change. On number 4, Dusty Lane Morgan, changing aluminum to steel shoes up front. Races 5 through 8 have no changes. No changes. Races 5 through 8. In race 9, number 1, Maddie's Halo is adding a Pelling pacifier. Race 9, 1, Maddie's Halo, adding Pelling pacifier. Races 10 and 11 have no changes. No changes. Races 10 or 11. Those are all the changes that we have at this moment. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Well, actually, forget. We don't do that anymore. A little flashback. No changes. Races 10 or 11. Field on post parade for race number one. One is Cadillac, Sammy Filia for Mike Armstrong and Alain Martin. And number 3 is The Lion King, Anthony Hamlin for Mike Hamlin. Number 4, Century Isaiah, Bertie Golliers for Ron Waples Jr. and Dr. Sheila Atmore. Number 6, Off-Road Hanover, Dale Spence for Jim Whalen and Dr. Angela Whalen and Robert Eaton. 5 is Raising Rusty. Stefan Poulot drives and trains, and the owner is a numbered company from Gloucester, Ontario. Number 8 is Pajamas Optional. Jeffrey O'Brien drives and trains at Ohms. And number 9, Esplosione. Jason Wright for Francis Guillemette and Nutriglow Canada. Field of 7, race 1. 2 and 7 are out. Note that Esplosione equipment change open to bridle to blinkers, and well, we'll stay right there with Esplosione and Jason Ryan driving for Francis Guillemette. And look, this is one that's had 9 starts without a win in the last couple seasons, but does have 15 wins lifetime. $587,000 earned with just 15 wins, so you know that this one in the past had been racing against some big-time competition. Esplosione, last couple races raced here in this class to finish third, was third from the trailer post last time out. Now they make the equipment change. We'll see what the plan of attack is, but I think Esplosione could explode here in this first race and win, and was the 2-1 favorite, and now 3-1 as the money has moved elsewhere. Number 5, Raising Rusty, is that elsewhere that the money has moved to. One that made a couple of breaks last race, so first order of business is to mind his manners. Now, those breaks were at London, was smooth here April 23rd. He's had just 2 starts on the year, but is one that had a good earnings year last year, $56,000 in 32 starts. Raising Rusty in the 3rd start of the year. And this is one that was racing in the preferred class at Rito at the end of the year last year. Raising Rusty is 2-1. Number 1, Cadillac. Well, a couple of qualifiers to get ready for this assignment. Only 1 win last year, but had some decent outings and made the top 3 in 9 out of 30. But in that second of 2 qualifiers, made a break in the first one, came home nicely, 28-second final quarter in the qualifier. And Cadillac is one that did take a season's mark last year at Rito of 56 and has a career best of 54-3. Cadillac and Sammy Filia for Mike Armstrong is getting a lot of love at 5-2. Look at the money is spread very evenly around, with about 4 horses getting all the action and all almost identical. They were all, for a moment, they're all 5-2, but now Cadillac is up at 3-1. And number 3, The Lion King, Anthony Hamlin, one that won 5 times last year, doesn't have a win this year, but raced really well at London last time out, April the 15th, until they turned for home, was leading the whole way, and then a few got by. Since then was scratched vet lame, now comes back to action. The Lion King and Anthony Hamlin is currently on the board at 13-1. Might be a sleeper play, has some gate speed. We'll see if this one's healthy. This is a veteran that's just about 3,000 away from 500,000 lifetime. The Lion King, 13-1. Gate is rolling for race number 1. It's a field of 7. Cadillac and the Lion King on the inside. In the center, Century Isaiah, Racing Rusty on the outside, Off-Road Hanover and Pajamas Optional. And the second tier, Esplosione. It's a field of 7 for race number 1. They're into the stretch drive. Here they come. Field for the first race is at the start of the rough, and Century Isaiah Racing Rusty. The Lion King Pajamas Optional is racing fourth, and then it is Cadillac, Esplosione, and Off-Road Hanover, and the field works around that first turn. Racing Rusty is challenging the Lion King. Racing Rusty leads it by a head on the inside. The Lion King, and they're going at it, and the Lion King insisting on the lead, and Racing Rusty is now going to take back and squeeze on over to the pylons and works in front of Century Isaiah. Now here comes Off-Road Hanover, quickly surging on the outside. Off-Road Hanover now moving up at 5-1, looking to come on and grab the lead. Off-Road Hanover leads it by half a length now over the Lion King, and racing third is Racing Rusty. Then it is Century Isaiah, Pajamas Optional, Cadillac, and back trailing the field is Esplosione, Off-Road Hanover, and Dale Spence trying to get the better of the Lion King as they race their way on past the half off that 28-2 opening quarter, halftime 58-1, 29-4 second panel. The Lion King and Off-Road Hanover, they're dueling right now, and on the inside, racing position third is Racing Rusty. Century Isaiah second over fourth, about 2.5 off the lead. Then it is Cadillac and Pajamas Optional, and Esplosione is still on the inside trailing the field. Off-Road Hanover has come on to take a lead of ahead. On the inside, fighting gamely, the Lion King. Century Isaiah's out 3 wide. And fourth on the inside is Racing Rusty on the back of the Lion King, as Off-Road Hanover leads at a half a length, 3/4, 1:28-2. Off-Road Hanover, the Lion King. Now Racing Rusty has popped out, and Esplosione took the shortcut around the turn and is racing fourth as they field turns for home. Off-Road Hanover charging on the outside is Racing Rusty. Racing Rusty, Esplosione up the inside. Racing Rusty and Off-Road Hanover. Racing Rusty wins. Off-Road Hanover second, Esplosione third, and Cadillac fourth, 1:59-4. Back in front of us, the winner of race 1, number 5, Racing Rusty, 9-year-old Cadabra Bay Gelding, owned by a numbered company from Gloucester, Ontario. The trainer and winning driver is Stefan Poulot. It's the first win on the season for Racing Rusty, 33rd lifetime, 1:59-4. the first race. 5 Racing Rusty 493.20 210. 6 Off-Road Hanover 420 and 240, and 9 Esplosione 210. $2 Exactor 1860. Dollar Try 2310. Dollar Super 75.20. 20-cent Super 1504. First race order of finish from the top. So 4 scratch 5 712 scratch 63. That's 4 scratch 5 712 scratch 63 on the bottom. for race number 2 on parade. 1, Nothing But a Dreamer, Sammy Fillion for Jimmy Copley and Kimberly Eaton. Number 2 is Baden Baden, Tyler Jones for Duncan Brewer and Randall Urquhart and Steve Deedy. Number 3 is Hungry Hill, Travis Gullah for Alan Fair and Elizabeth Fair. 4 is Handsome Hank, Andre Goy for Caitlin Graham. Number 5, Shoulda Known Better, Anthony Hamlin for Mike Hamlin. Number 6, No One, Brady Golliers for Joe Pereira and Francois Morin. Number 7 is I Have an Eagle, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 8 is Arrakis, Jason Ryan for Francis Gamet. And number 9, The Fixer, Paul McKenzie for David Fry. Field of 9, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field for the second race. We'll start with number 1, Nothing But a Dreamer. 3 to 5 on the board. Sammy Filia, Jamie Copley, strong connections, and this is one that drops a class off a very competitive third here. Parked early last race, was in the hunt all the way, beaten just a length and a half, finishing third. Look, made 72,000 last year in 45 starts. Nothing But a Dreamer. I think with the class drop, 3 to 5, the one to beat. Number 4, Handsome Hank. Well, has one win on the year, but also 7 top 3 finishes in 14 starts. And Handsome Hank is also dropping. And look, only finished 6th last time up, but I think in this class, Handsome Hank is going to be much more attractive. Handsome Hank, you do see this one showing some form going a little further down the page. And overall, Handsome Hank was a decent earner last year and is a solid overall trotter. Handsome Hank, Andre Goy for Caitlin Graham. Caitlin's won 20% of her starts this year. Handsome Hank is a handsome 14 to 1 price. I believe in this one getting on the ticket. One of the reasons is because of the poor draw of my next two. Look, Arrakis, if Arrakis had a favorable post, would be the favorite in here, but is saddled with post position 8. But you know, Arrakis is so good. 68 wins lifetime and is right now on a stretch of 4 consecutive top 2 finishes, 7 top 2s in 11 starts on the year. Last year was 22 out of 40 in the top 2. This is just a fine veteran trotter who said, I don't need to hang around. I'm going to go back to the paddock and just hang out. 14-year-old in his final year of racing doesn't need to expend a lot of energy, but he'll be expending energy when the race starts going because he's a good one. Price is rather nice, 9 to 1. And there is number 7, I Have an Eagle, and Hurricane Hensley for Ashley Hensley, one that's got 3 wins on the year, but hasn't been racing well of late at Mohawks. We'll try things here. I Have an Eagle is one that I think is going to race better than the tote board says. Can he threaten to win? I probably think not from post position 7, but he's better than his current odds, 16 to 1. Number 1, Nothing But a Dreamer, 1 to 2 on the board. That 6 to 1 on Arrakis might be enticing because 1 to 2 certainly isn't enticing. Gate is rolling for the second. Nothing but a dreamer. Baden and Hungry Hill on the inside. Handsome Hank and should have known better. To the outside, no one, and I have an Eagle and Arrakis. And the second tier, the Fixer. It's a field of 9. It's race number 2. Field for the second race. He's at the start of the round. Arrakis is going to blast from the outside. Handsome Hank, Hungry Hill, Nothing But a Dreamer, and Baden, and then Should Have Known Better. And the Fixer, No One, and Ivan Eagle is trailing the field, but the early lead right now as they work on into the backstretch belongs to Hungry Hill and Travis Cullen. Arrakis got away well from post 8 to be second, and there goes Nothing But a Dreamer. Driving on the outside, Baden's racing fourth, and then it is the Fixer and Handsome Hank and Should Have Known Better, and No One, and Iron Eagle. Hungry Hill at 7-2 leads on past the opening quarter as they work their way on around the turn. Hungry Hill, 7-2 on the board, leads it by a length and 3/4. Nothing But a Dreamer is racing position second, and then third is Arrakis as the field works their way off the turn and comes on towards us. Racing position to fourth right now. Driving up on the outside is the Fixer. Baden is fifth on the inside. Handsome Hank is sixth, and No One is seventh. Then Should Have Known Better. And Ivan Eagle in the field works their way on past the half in 56-3. And as they work their way on into the backstretch, it is still Hungry Hill leading. Nothing But a Dreamer is second. The Fixer is racing on the outside position to third, and then racing position to fourth as they work their way on down the backstretch is Arrakis on the inside. Fifth on the outside is No One, and then it is Baden who is racing position to sixth. Hungry Hill as the field races on by 3/4 in 126. Hungry Hill, Nothing But a Dreamer pops out. No One is racing position third. Then it is Arrakis, rather racing third is the Fixer, and then Arrakis and No One, and Baden on down the stretch route they come. And it is still Hungry Hill and Travis Cullen. Hungry Hill, Nothing But a Dreamer. And Hungry Hill, Travis Cullen, career driving win number 3,000. Nothing But a Dreamer. And then the Fixer and Arrakis, 156-2. And back in front of us is the winner of race number 2. Number 3, Hungry Hill. Travis Cullen, congratulations. 3,000 career driving wins. Hungry Hill, 5-year-old kid Deborah Brown gelding, owned by Elizabeth Fair, trained by Alan Fair. Third win this year. 9th lifetime, Hungry Hill, 156-2. Second race payouts 3 Hungry Hill. $9 280 1 Nothing But a Dreamer 210. 9 The Fixer 490. $2 Exactor 1580. Dollar Try 49.20. Dollar Super 148.95. 20-cent Super 29.79. $2 Double of 5 and 3 $33. Second race. Order of finish from the top down 251 697 843. That's 251 697 843 on the bottom. Field for the third on parade. One, Barzy, Scotty Calder, Steve Calder. Number two, the Pinball Wizard, Scott Young for Yvette Gallant and Ivan Gallant. Three is our Royal Port, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number four, He's So Hot Head of a Ryan Guy for Doug Brown and Todd Coleman and Jackson Whittam and James Gillum. Five is Ciel Bleu, Guy Gagnon Drives and Trains for Louis Letalipe. Number six, Floyd the Freak, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number seven, Kilmartin Dreamer, Bertie Golliers for Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith and Donna Parker and Mark Winnicott. And number eight is 7-iron, Travis Cullen for Robert Jarvis and Lorraine Parr. Field of eight, race number three. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number three, our Royal Port. And, well, why not start there? 4 to 5 on the board. One that's been a really nice trotter, 7-year-old that's had a good year last year, made 52,000, and just overall, our Royal Port is a very fine trotter that drops a level. Raced well at London last race, and that was the first race off a bit of a layoff. Had been off since the end of February until that start May the 2nd. Now comes back on a much tighter rotation. 6-time winner last year in 17 starts. Our Royal Port is well down in class from where he's normally racing. He's often up against some tough preferred company. Our Royal Port, Austin Sorry for the fine barn of Gerard Demers, 4 to 5, and may well drop from there. Number five, Ciel Bleu, Guy Gagnon drives into trains of this one that won 6 of 16 last year, and is one that certainly has proven himself. He's an 8-year-old with 150,000 in, and Guy Gagnon's barn sending this one out. And this is one that raced here last race. Wasn't really that big of a factor, but I think will be much more of a player, class dropper as well. And Guy Gagnon, Ciel Bleu is 3 to 1. Number one, Barzy, Scotty Calder, Steve Calder. Barzy is making a first start of the year, but qualified reasonably well here and was a decent trotter last year. Barzy with the inside and the inside advantage and has a bit of gate speed. Barzy 9 to 2 should be one of the top three, or at least a good look at it. Number four, He's So Hot Hanover, making a shoe change, steel to flip-flops up front, has a couple of wins on the year. The recent form, the last two starts not good, but the last time this one raced at this level was second, beaten 3/4 of length. He's So Hot Hanover and Ryan Guy looking for a bounce-back form reversal with the class drop 17 to 1. Gate is rolling for race number 3. Barzy, the Pinball Wizard, and our Royal Port. On the inside, in the center, he's so hot Hanover and Ciel Bleu. And to the outside, Floyd the Freak, Kilmartin Dreamer, and 7 iron. Field of 8, third dash, here they come. And the field 4, race number 3, is into the stretch drive, gathering speed. There at the start of the rough, and Kilmartin Dreamer and our Royal Port leaving with He's So Hot Hanover. Barzy down to the inside, but our Royal Port's able to grab the early lead. Barzy is racing position second. Kilmartin Dreamer, the Pinball Wizard. He's So Hot Hanover is racing fifth, and then Ciel Bleu, Floyd the Freak, and 7 iron is trailing the field. Our Royal Port leads as they race on to the opening quarter. Our Royal Port leads it by 2 1/4 right now over Barzy. The Pinball Wizard right now is rolling along in third. Then He's So Hot Hanover, a parked Kilmartin Dreamer on the outside. Ciel Bleu, then Floyd the Freak, and 7 iron. And the field races their way past a quarter of 29 and heads up towards the half, and our Royal Port is 1 to 9 on the board as they race their way on towards us. Racing second, Barzy, and then on the inside, the Pinball Wizard. Kilmartin Dreamer hasn't seen the inside, and then Ciel Bleu is on the back of Kilmartin Dreamer. He's So Hot Hanover, third from last, and then 7 iron and Floyd the Freak, and they head their way into the backstretch of a half of 59, and our Royal Port right now is leading by about 4 or 5 lengths over Barzy. The Pinball Wizard is third, Kilmartin Dreamer fourth. He's So Hot Hanover on the inside, and now Ciel Bleu is moving on the outside and has come on to take over fourth. Kilmartin Dreamer now weakens, and on the inside, He's So Hot Hanover. Then 7 iron and Floyd the Freak, but it's all our Royal Port cruising on by 3/4 in 128 off that half of 59, and our Royal Port leads now by 6 lengths over Barzy. The Pinball Wizard third, and Ciel Bleu is racing fourth, and then He's So Hot Hanover. Floyd the Freaking Kilmartin Dreamer and 7 iron, and on down the stretch drive for our Royal Port. Under wraps at the finish to win it by about 7 lengths or so. Barzy second, then the Pinball Wizard and Ciel Bleu 157-2. There's the winner of race number 3. It's 3, our Royal Port. Austin Sorry with a winning drive. Our Royal Port, 7-year-old Archangel Bay Gelding, owned by Tag and Corda, trained by Gerard Demers. Second win this season, 23rd lifetime. Our Royal Port, 157-2. Third race, payout 3. Our Royal Port, 230, 210, 210. 1 Barzy, 570 and 320. 2 the Pinball Wizard, 450, $2 exact rate, 40. Dollar Try 25.70. Dollar Super 61.50. 20-cent Super 12.30. The third race, order finished from the top down 231 54687. That's 231 54687 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 4 is on parade. 1, Party in the Shadows, Sammy Philyever, Jared Mann, and Francois Morin. Number 2, Asher's Basher, Mark McDonnell for Gord McDonald. And number 3, Sir Lucknow, Pretty Colliers for Jacob Roberts and Paul Roberts and Shirley Mills. 4 is Dusty Lane Morgan, Scott Young for Tom Janot. 5 is Midnight Mood, Clark Stacy for Crystal Johnston. Number 6, Uriel Blue Chip, Scott Calder for Carmen Cielo and Alex Calco. Number 7 is Some Might Say, Jason Ryan for Robert Reed and Kyle Stretch. Number 8 is I Did It My Way, Austin Sorry for Steve Germain. And 9 is Redland Wrangler, Dale Spence for Stephen Charlton and Kathleen Charlton. Field of 9, race number 4. Let's get a look at this field for the 4th race. We'll start with 1, Party in the Shadows, and 1 to 2 on the board now. Sent up a Jared Mann who's got a huge win percentage on the year. Party in the Shadows is one that actually moves up, or actually is changing venues from London to here, and is actually up in class from the last couple starts, but still overall, I think this one compares very favorably in here. The one big negative, though, is just 1 win in the past 26 starts. This is not an overly strong field, and Party in the Shadows seems to be racing better of late now. We'll see how things go. This is just the 5th start for Party in the Shadows with Jared Mann. And Jared's having a big season. Party in the Shadows, man, I don't like 1 to 2. Uriel Blue Chip is one that was racing in the 8-claimer at Mohawk the last couple races. The last one, not great. The one before it was competitive 4th, and before that finished 3rd, beaten half a length. Is winless in 10 tries this year. Had a couple of wins last year. Uriel Blue Chip and Scott Calder for Carmen Cielo, 10 to 1. I think we'll race better than the odds board suggests. Number 5, Midnight Mood, was a winner in the bottom class last race and moves up a level. Midnight Mood and Clark Stacy has a bit of back class. Midnight Mood is 9 to 1. And number 2, Asher's Basher, is one that was a winner at London last race in the bottom class. Parked early and still had enough left to win, although came home in 31 and 2, but didn't matter. Got the job done, got the check written. Asher's Basher, 3 consecutive top 3s. One that was a decent earner last year and is okay this year. Mark McDonnell for Gord McDonald. I think Asher's Basher offers real value at 10 to 1. Fans are all over Party in the Shadows, 3 to 5. is rolling for the fourth race. Party in the Shadows, Asher's Basher, Sir Lucknow on the inside. In the center, Destiny Morgan, Midnight Mood. To the outside, Uriel Blue Chip, some might say, and I did it my way. In the second tier, Redland Wrangler. Field of 9 for the fourth race. They're at the start of the rough, and Asher's Basher is going to blast out with Midnight Mood. Sir Lucknow, Party in the Shadows, is on the inside, and Redland Wrangler. Field works around that first turn. Asher's Basher has come out bashing early, has the front. Sir Lucknow, Party in the Shadows, and Party in the Shadows doesn't want to sit third on the inside, is going to press on, has popped out. Racing fourth is Redland Wrangler. Midnight Mood is fifth, and then Dusty Lane Morgan and Uriel Blue Chip. Some might say, and I did it my way, and they race on to the opening quarter in 27 and 4. Party in the Shadows, 3 to 5 on the board now, is able to clear to the front. Asher's Basher is racing second. Sir Lucknow is third. Then it is Redland Wrangler and Midnight Mood. Dusty Lane Morgan, Uriel Blue Chip. I did it my way. And some might say they've raced the way up towards us off a 27 and 4 quarter. Party in the Shadows leads as they've raced their way on by the half in 57 and 3. And rolling on towards the 5/8, and right now Asher's Basher is racing position second. On the outside, Redland Wrangler's third, Sir Lucknow is fourth, and Midnight Mood is fifth. Then it is I Did It My Way, 3 wide. Dusty Lane Morgan's on the inside, seventh. Then some might say, and Uriel Blue Chip, Party in the Shadows leads as they hustle on to 3 quarters. 3 to 5 on the board is Party in the Shadows, but Redland Wrangler is getting up a little closer. Asher's Basher is third. Sir Lucknow is racing position fourth. Midnight Mood, center of the track, and I Did It My Way is out 3 wide, and seventh is Dusty Lane Morgan. Up that 3 quarters, 127 and 1. They turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come. Party in the Shadows. Center of the track is Redland Wrangler. Up the inside is Asher's Basher. Party in the Shadows is going to win. Then second is between Asher's Basher and Redland Wrangler. And then Sir Lucknow 156 and 4. Back in front of us is one Party in the Shadows. Sammy Filia with the winning drive. Party in the Shadows is a 8-year-old shadow play. Brown gelding by Francois Moran. Jared Mann, the trainer. Second win this year for Party in the Shadows. 20th lifetime. 156 and 4. Fourth race, one Party in the Shadow, 320, 240, and 210. 9 Redland Wrangler, 990 and 530, and 2 Asher's Basher, 230. $2 Exactor, 32.70. Dollar Try, 35.30. Dollar Super, 88.35. 20-cent Super, 17.67. Dollar Pick 3 is 13.15. 20-cent Pick 3, 263. Fourth race. Order of finish from the top is a 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 8, 7, 2. That's 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 8, 7, 2 on the bottom. Fans, once again, a reminder this coming Sunday, it is the Charles Juravinski Memorial Cup. And there's the draw on the page. And of course, Bruno No 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 with the 148 and 2 mile here track record this past Sunday. And Prince Hal Hanover, who's got $1.6 million in earnings, along with some others. Followed a very nice one, Sugarman with the inside. There's the field for the Juravinski Cup this Sunday. Our first dash goes to post Sunday, 6:25 p.m., and that is the field for race number 10 on Sunday evening. Field on post parade for the fifth one, Houston Sealster. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Blair Kidd and John Collins. Number 3, Fast Snap, Paul Davies for Nicole Davies. And 4 is Malone, Paul McKenzie, David King, and William Brown, and Paul Kelly and Brenda Derble. 5 is Hey Ralphie, Scotty Quiller for Robert Reed and David Shea. Number 6 is Day, Tyler Jones for Luke Blay and Cozen Farms. Number 7, Third Time's the Dream, Brady Golliers for Jim Ellis. Number 8 is Cool Clifford, Jason Ryan for Gabriela Sasso and Jeffrey Corchesney and Mark West Racing. And number 9 is Stumber Zeus, Sammy Filia for Francis Gimetta, Nutriglow, Canada. And there is 2 Stomper Tom, Austin Sorry for Mike Armstrong and Wade and Philip Toussaint. It's a field of 9 for race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. I want to start with number 5, Hey Ralphie, and well, why not? In this class last week, blasted to the front and was able to get the job done. Hey Ralphie, Scotty Calder for Robert Reed. This is one that's had 7 wins last year, just 2 this year in half as many starts, but still the recent form, a second and a win here in this class. So Hey Ralphie has really looked up to his game of late, and Hey Ralphie is 2-1 on the board. Number 1, Houston Sealster is had the trailer post each of the last couple races, and that didn't work out well, but go 3 races back in this class from post position 3, went to the front, and then went all the way on top. So Houston Sealster from post position 1, I think, poses a big threat to the 5 horse in here, Hey Ralphie. Houston Sealster, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen, looking to give Hey Ralphie a problem. Number 3, Fast Snap, did have back-to-back wins before snapping off stride last time out, so now has made breaks in 2 of the last 4, but the other 2 were wins. Fast Snap was able to beat this class just 2 races ago, as those 2 wins of recent. Fast Snap, good chance to bounce back and be a very strong one. Paul Davies for Nicole Davies, 7-2. One of the main players in the stash. And number 6, Day, is one that makes just a second start of the year, but this is one that made almost 100,000 last year in just 13 starts. And Day is one that was just a 5th here in this class last race, but didn't get off the gate well. Maybe now in the second start of the year, we'll leave it a little bit more and be much more of a factor. Day could be a bit of a sleeper, 6-1. Tyler Jones for Luke Blay. You always have to pay attention to horses that Luke sends out. 464 training average does Luke Blay. Day and Tyler Jones, 6-1. Gate is rolling for race number 5. Houston Sealster, Stomper Tom, Fast Snap on the inside. In the center, Malone and Hey Ralphie to the outside. Day, 3rd Time's the Dream, and Cool Clifford. And the second here, Starboard Zeus. Field 4, race number 5 is into the stretch drive, gathering speed. Stumbled Zeus dropped back at the start, and Cool Clifford from the outside is going to hustle out with Houston Sealster in fast snap. But Houston Sealster using that inside advantage to grab the lead. Fast snap still charging, and Stomper Tom is third. Then it is Malone, and Cool Clifford is going to take back, and fast snap snapped off stride. So now Houston Sealster leads by 4 over Stomper Tom. Malone is racing position to third. Then fourth is Cool Clifford, and fifth is Hey Ralphie. Then it is back to Day, and third time's the Dream, and then Stumper Zeus, and they race their way around the turn. And Houston Sealster has lead as they race around the turn with Stomper Tom second. Malone is racing third. Then it is Cool Clifford and Hey Ralphie and Day. Third time's the Dream and Stumper Zeus, and they race off the turn. The field comes on towards us. Houston Sealster and Travis Cullen has the lead as they work their way on past the half of a 28 quarter. Halftime was recorded in 58-1. Stomper Tom is singing along in the pocket, and Malone is racing on the inside third. Hey Ralphie now on the outside fourth is about 5 off the lead of Houston Sealster, who's having no problem right now. They work their way on down the backstretch. Houston Sealster by 2.5. Stomper Tom is second. Hey Ralphie on the outside, first up third. Malone is racing position fourth. Day, Cool Clifford, third time's the Dream, trailing Stomper Zeus. Houston Sealster leading, but getting closer is Hey Ralphie now. 3/4, 126 and 2. Houston Sealster, Houston, we have a problem, and that problem is Hey Ralphie charging on the outside. Hey Ralphie's rolling now against Houston Sealster. Hey Ralphie at the finish is going to win it. Houston Sealster second, Stomper Tom third, then Malone and Cool Clifford. 156 and 1. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 5. It's number 5, Hey Ralphie's winning drive to Scotty Coulter. Hey Ralphie's an 8-year-old Il Sunko Dream Brown gelding by David Shea of Burlington. Robert Reed's the trainer. Third win this season, 15th lifetime. Hey Ralphie. The fifth race payouts: 5 Hey Ralphie, 310, 210, 210. 1 Houston Silter, 320, 240. 2 Stomper Tom, 260. $2 exactor, 970. $1 try, 1180. Dollar Super is 86.30. 20-cent Super, 17.26. And a 20-cent Pick 5, 30.31. Fifth race. Order finish from the top. 239 418 657. That's 239 418 657 on the bottom. Field for race number 6 on parade. 1 is Silverback Jack, Brady Colliers for Robert Kyle Fellows and Marissa Wilson. Number 3 is Outlaw Duke Worthy, Malik Smith for Bruno Letacroce. And number 2 is Boots and Brian, Tyler Jones for Candice Morrell. Number 4 is All About Art, Scott Culliver, Doug Hyde, Terry Heffernan. 5 is McCalco, Dale Spence for Darren Rayner and Mary Harris. Number 6 is Too Much Duncan, Dale Spence for Darren Rayner and Mary Harris. Number 7 is Fabrizio J. Harris for Janiyah Gallant and Martin Kepfer. Number 9 is Determined, Travis Culliver, J.C. Woodward and Joshua Woodward. And number 8 is Caribbean King, Scott Young for Marissa Miller and William and Bonnie Roundtree. Field of 9, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field for race number 6. Features the Super High 5, and, well, we'll start with number 7, Fabrizio. I think this is a very wide open dash, although some fans have gone heavily to Too Much Duncan, 3-5. But Fabrizio, look, the recent form with Fabrizio certainly isn't great at all, and has only had 8 starts since January 1st of last year. This is a 10-year-old that's clearly had some recent problems, but has earned more than $250,000 life, and a few years back took a mark of 49-3. So there's some wheels. It's just those wheels are getting a little old, and clearly some health problems with 8 starts in 2 seasons. But Fabrizio and Jay Harris for Janiyah Gallant, I think the venue change and the class draw just might amount to something here for Fabrizio. I'm going to take a flyer on this one, 8-1, but it's certainly not off the recent form. Number 6, Too Much Duncan, 4-5 of the board. And look, the last race here was post 8 and did gun out early, but then paid for that on the late going. This is one that's a win-shy type, just had 1 win in 30 starts last year, but can hit the ticket. It's just the 4th start of the year here, and is one that I think will be a player, but just Too Much Duncan. Even money is too much, or too little, I guess, to say it that way for me. Number 5, Macalco. Well, it shows a little bit of recent form. And certainly in this class, you don't get very much in the way of form. Macalco does have 4 runner-up finishes in 16 starts in the year. Macalco and Dale Spence for Darren Rayner, 12-1. And number 3, Outlaw Duke Worthy, 6-1 on the board, is one that might be worth a look because the last 2 were both post 8. So now is worthy of some attention just with the better post position, but the record isn't great this year at all. Malik Smith driving Outlaw Duke Worthy for Bruno Letacroce and is 6-1. My top one is the veteran 7 Fabrizio with a venue change, getting away from Mohawk, trying to get the ship righted. is rolling for race number 6. It's Silverback Jack and Boots and Brian and Outlaw Duke Worthy on the inside. In the center is All About Art and Macalco. To the outside, Too Much Duncan, Fabrizio, and Caribbean King. And the second tier, Determined. Field is at the start of the rough, and Too Much Duncan's going to blast with Macalco. Outlaw Duke Worthy, and also Fabrizio as part of the early action. But as the field sprints around the first turn, right now it is Too Much Duncan with the front, and Macalco is right there tight on the back of Too Much Duncan, and the rest are well back as they work their way on down the backstretch. Third right now is Outlaw Duke Worthy. Then it is Fabrizio and Silverback Jack. Then Determined and All About Art, Caribbean King, and trailing the field is Boots and Brian. 27-2 opening quarter. Too Much Duncan, 2-1 co-favorite on the board with Macalco, the other 2-1, as those two have some separation. And then it is a third, Outlaw Duke Worthy, about 5 or 6 off the lead. Fabrizio breezing along in fourth in front of Silverback Jack, and then Determined is racing sixth. All About Art seventh. Caribbean King and Boots and Brian is trailing the field. Halftime recorded in 57-2. 30-second second panel breather. Fabrizio on the outside now. He is moving up and challenging Fabrizio against Too Much Duncan. Too Much Duncan and Wayne McLean has a lead of about just a neck on the outside. Fabrizio. Macalco's racing third. Outlaw Duke Worthy and Silverback Jack and Determined. And they head on to three quarters, and Fabrizio has come on to take a lead of about a half a length. Too Much Duncan tries to rally to the inside, and Macalco has popped out now. Off three quarters, 127. They race around that final turn. Fabrizio trying to put away Too Much Duncan. Might have to deal with Macalco. It is Fabrizio leading at a length at a quarter over Too Much Duncan. And then Macalco on down the stretch round they come. Fabrizio. As they come on to the finish, Fabrizio and Macalco and Too Much Duncan. Fabrizio wins it. Macalco second, then Too Much Duncan, and Outlaw Duke Worthy 157-4. the sixth race. Pound 7 Fabrizio, 960, 770, and 260. 5 Macalco, 410, 236. Too Much Duncan, 210. $2 exactor, 43.30. Dollar try, 56.50. 20-cent high five, 350.04. 20-cent pick four, $4.40. Sixth race, order of finish from the top, 784 923 165. That's 784 923 165 on the bottom. Field on post parade for the 7th one. Frankenspeed. Chris Johnson drives and trains and owns. And number 2 is Marcus Downridge. Paul McKenzie for Stephen Charlton. Number 3 is Wildfire Blue Chip. Stefan Poulot drives and trains. And number 4 is Flash Me Some Green. Semi-filly for Robert Bernicki and Benoit Hébert. And Rose Laverne. 5 is Chambro Chip Scotty Calder for Marissa Miller and Martin Kepfer. Number 7 is Fire the Rocket. Drives the color for Jody Cullen and John McCrae. Number 6, My Time, Your Money, Rob Jenkins Jr. for Felix Marion. And number 8 is Poof, Tom Smith for Jane Walker. It's a field of 8 for race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. Number 4, Flash Me Some Green. Sammy Filia for Robert Bernicki. Second start of the year. The last one left from post 7 and wasn't really a factor till late in the mile, but still overall, pretty solid performance to get 4th out of it. And then is one that, look at last year, 11 out of 22 in the top 2. Flash Me Some Green. That last start was in this class, and back now I think we'll build off that last race. Sammy Filia and Flash Me Some Green. I'm going to give this one a slight edge in here. 5-2 on the board. Number 7, Fire the Rocket, well, is one that was closing late last race to finish second. Now, only 2 wins in 30 starts for Fire the Rocket, but shows improving form. Fire the Rocket, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. Fire the Rocket is 5-1, strong barn. Number 5, Chambro Chip. Only 1 win on the year, but 8 out of 15 in the top 3. Gets a better post position than last race. Also needed a flat line last race because it made a break 2 starts back. If Chambro Chip stays flat here, I think will be a player. You do see back-to-back runner-up finishes in this class in April. Chambro Chip and Scotty Coulter for Marissa Miller is on the board at a healthy 18-1, and I think can hit the ticket. In fact, Matt thinks this one can be on top. We'll see what happens, Matt, but I'll use this one on the top 3. And one more is number 3, Wildfire Blue Chip. Was a 3rd from a tougher post last race and now gets post 3. Look, was 8 out of 18 in the top 2 last year, and this is just the 3rd start of the season off the winter layoff. Wildfire Blue Chip and Stefan Poulot should be a player, and he is 2-1. The one that I didn't like is the one the fans liked the most, or at least did for a moment there, Marcus Downridge. You can't love them all, and this is one that was 5th in this class last time out and is winless on the year in 15, but getting a lot of love. Marcus Downridge is 5-2. It's a field of 8. It's race number 7. Going to post shortly. gate is rolling for race number 7. Frankenspeed, Marcus Downridge, and Wildfire Blue Chip on the inside. In the center, Flash Me Some Green and Charmbo Chip to the outside. My Time, Your Money, Fire the Rocket, and Poof. Field is at the start for race number 7, and Marcus Downridge, Wildfire Blue Chip, Charmbo Chip, and Flash Me Some Green as the field sprints on around that first turn. Marcus Downridge and Paul McKenzie's got the lead. Wildfire Blue Chip, though, is going to drive on in the center of the track. Wildfire Blue Chip now is going to press up and clear to the front, and then racing second is Marcus Downridge in front of Flash Me Some Green. Charmbo Chip is racing fourth, and then Fire the Rocket, My Time, Your Money, and Poof. And then Frankenspeed is trailing the field. Wildfire Blue Chip at 5-2 on the board has lead as the field races their way on around the turnoff at 28-3 opening quarter. And Wildfire Blue Chip in front by 2 over Marcus Downridge, with Flash Me Some Green racing on the inside third. Charmbo Chip is racing fourth, and now to the outside, My Time, Your Money has come on to take over fourth, and fifth to the inside is Charmbo Chip. Then Fire the Rocket, Frankenspeed, and Poof. They race the way past a half of 58-4. Out on into the backstretch they go. Wildfire Blue Chip leading the way. Marcus Downridge is second. My Time, Your Money is working first up third. Sharing third with Flash Me Some Green. Well, now Flash Me Some Green reclaimed third. My Time, Your Money is racing fourth. And then Charmbo Chip and Frankenspeed to the outside. 3 wide. Poof is trying to kick in late, and then Fire the Rocket has to fire by all of them to win. Wildfire Blue Chip now is out to about 2.5 lengths lead. Flash Me Some Green on the outside is trying to close, and Marcus Downridge is still second. Flash Me Some Green is third, and then it is Charmbo Chip and Fire the Rocket on down the stretch drive. And it is Wildfire Blue Chip who continues, and Marcus Downridge, Wildfire Blue Chip wins it. Marcus Downridge second, Flash Me Some Green third, and Charmbo Chip fourth, 58-3. Coming back in front of us is the winner of race number 7. It's number 2 Marcus, number 3 Wildfire Blue Chip, Stefan Poulot is the winning driver and trainer. Wildfire Blue Chip is a 4-year-old six-pack bay horse owned by Laura Vegnick and Stefan Poulot, the trainer. It is the first to win this year, fifth lifetime. Wildfire Blue Chip. 7th race, payout 3, Wildfire Blue Chip, 710, 510, 230. 2 Marcus Downbridge, 910, 320. 4 Flash Me Some Green, 210. $2 Exactor, 49.80. Dollar Drive, 94.15. Dollar Super, 441.65. 20-cent Super, 88.33. 20-cent Pick 3 is $6. 7th race, order of finish from the top, 72134 856. That's 72134 856 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 8 is on parade. 1, Jingle in My Pocket, Mark McDonnell for Gordon McDonald. Number 2 is Better's Victory, Mike Whalen for Evan Stevenson. And number 3 is Country Mouse, Carl Dawson for Teresa Large. Number 4 is Tell Laura I Love Her, Austin Saray for Steve Germain. And number 6, Left Hand Lou, Anthony Hamlin for Mike Hamlin. Number 7 is Big Bad Jackson, Scotty Calder for Laura Ireland and Ken Oliver. 8 is Passionate Prince, Andre Goyer for Courtney Robson. 9's Aladdin Dulat, Nelugu Yelmi, drives and trains and owns. And number 5, Keystone Dakota, Brady Golliers for Marissa Miller and Martin Kepfer. It's a field of 9 for race number 8. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll start with number 1, Jingle in My Pocket, and one that has 1 win in 11 starts this year, but Jingle in My Pocket is one that drops a class for this start, gets a better post position. You see this one winning at London in this class April the 3rd, but since then has not fared all that well. But I think with a class drop, inside post position, maybe can get off the gate a little better. And Jingle in My Pocket, a pretty wide open dash, no real form here at all. Jingle in My Pocket, my top one is 2-1. Number 5, Keystone Dakota, was a competitive second in this class last race. Just this will be the 5th start of the year and does have that one top 3 finish last time out. Keystone Dakota, ton of backlash, and Brady Golliers for Marissa Miller. Keystone Dakota 5-2. Number 7, Big Bad Jackson, was good in the last couple races. Strong closing efforts for Big Bad Jackson. Last time out was closing second, beaten 3/4 a length. Big Bad Jackson made a big move from off the pace. Scotty Calder for Laura Ireland. Just 1 win on the year, but I think one that belongs in here. Big Bad Jackson, the post doesn't matter because he does his best work late in the mile from off the pace, 10-1. And number 4, Tell Laura I Love Her, well, was leading the last race for a good chunk of the race. A couple got by late in the mile, but it was a solid 3rd. This is one that gets off the gate well. Maybe we'll try the front here. Tell Laura I Love Her, Austin Sorry for Steve Germain, is on the board as a 2-1 co-favorite with Jingle in My Pocket. Post time coming up. Gate is rolling for the eighth. Jingle in my pocket. Bettor's Victory. Country Mouse on the inside. In the center, Tell Laura I Love Her and Keystone Dakota to the outside. Left hand loop, Big Bad Jackson and Passionate Prince. And the second tier, Aladdin Dulac. It's a field of 9 for race number 8. And Tell Laura I Love Her is going to blast out with Keystone Dakota. Bettor's Victory and Country Mouse, and then Left Hand Lou and Jingle in My Pocket. Aladdin Dulac. Big Bad Jackson, and trailing the field is Passionate Prince. Tell Laura I Love Her has got the lead, and going off stride was Jingle in My Pocket. Tell Laura I Love Her leads right now by about 2 lengths over Bettor's Victory. Racing third is Keystone Dakota. Country Mouse is fourth in line in front of Left Hand Lou. Then it is Aladdin Dulac and Big Bad Jackson. Further back is Jingle in My Pocket after an early break, and trailing is Passionate Prince. Tell Laura I Love Her has got the lead as they race the way around the turn. Bettor's Victory is second. Keystone Dakota third. Country Mouse is fourth, and then Left Hand Lou. Aladdin Dulac and Jingle in My Pocket. And then it is Big Bad Jackson and Passionate Prince. They race up to the half, and Tell Laura I Love Her, and Austin Sorry's got a lead of a length and a half right now. 58-2 halftime. Keystone Dakota getting closer. Bettor's Victory is still filling the pocket position. And then fourth is Left Hand Lou, but still about 5 off the lead of a very sharp Tell Laura I Love Her. Then it is Country Mouse and Jingle in My Pocket. Big Bad Jackson is seventh and now is kicked into high gear, but has a lot of work to do, but is closing. And then it is Aladdin Dulac. Way back is Passionate Prince. Tell Laura I Love Her leads as they hustle their way on to 3/4. 1:26-2. Racing second is Keystone Dakota. Bettor's Victory third. Left Hand Lou. Big Bad Jackson off 3/4. 1:26-2. It is Tell Laura I Love Her. Keystone Dakota, though, is moved out and closing some ground on down the stretch drive they come. Tell Laura I Love Her. Keystone Dakota on the inside. Bettor's Victory in charge and late. Big Bad Jackson, but it's going to be Keystone Dakota to win. Tell Laura I Love Her was second. 1:56-3. Back in front of us, there's Brady Collier's the winning driver on Keystone Dakota. 10-year-old Art Major Bay gelding, owned by Martin Kepfer, trained by Marissa Miller. First win this year for Keystone Dakota, 32nd lifetime. 1:56-3. Eighth race payouts 5. Keystone Dakota. 560, 260, 210. 4. Tell Laura I Love Her 220, 210. 7. Big Bad Jackson 430. $2 exactor 1340. Dollar Drive 5180. Dollar Super is 116.10 and the 20-cent Super is 23.22. 8th race order of finish from the top is 6 place 9, 4. 7 place 6, 2, 1, 5, 3. 8 place 7, 9 place 8. Once again from the top down, after the placing, 9, 4, 6, 2, 1, 5, 3, 7, 8. Lone Post Parade for the ninth. One is Maddie's Halo, Ryan Guy for Doug Brown and Todd Coleman. Number two is Stardust Joe, Travis Culler for Scott McEnany and Dean Lockhart and Wayne Carlton and Kentucky Farm. Three is Talbot Patriot, Scott Calder for Rodney Hughes and Alan Mitchell. Number five is Emoticon Walner, Tyler Jones for Luke Bland Determination Stable. And number four is Timble Envy, Bertie Gollier for Ashley Lenvoy and Chino Toscani. And number six is HP Imagine, Austin Sorry for Marcel Barrio and Gestia Mastel. Number seven, Have a Can for Me, Marquette Soul Drives and Trains and Owns. Number eight is Bucky's Fireball, Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice. And nine is SOS Halo, Sammy Filia for Gerard Demers and Ryan McDonald. Well, fans, let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number five, Emoticon Walner, making a first start for, a second start for Luke Blay. Had to start at Mohawk. Really didn't accomplish much there, but look, this is one that should be a well-meant horse that maybe needed that start just to get rolling. This is one that sired by Walner and is a full brother to Emoticon Hanover, one that's earned $1.5 million so far. This is just the third foal. The other ones made about $700,000 as well. So certainly a couple of really good offspring, and Emoticon Walner and Tyler Jones, and for Luke Blay. I just think that first start at Mohawk, you see a little flash in the third panel, 28 and 4. Maybe you'll see it here now, coming to fruition in this spot. Emoticon Walner and Tyler Jones for Luke Blay is 4-1. Number 6, HP Imagine, is one that hasn't raced since the end of September. Third beaten a couple of lengths, and HP Imagine is one that had a couple of runner-up finishes in a third in 7 tries last year, and shows enough speed, I think, to be a pretty big factor. 6-5, the favorite. Number 9, SOS Halo, is one that's making a first start. Muscle Mass filly that was second in a qualifier here with a good back half. SOS Halo and Sammy Filia for the high percentage barn of Gerard Demers is 5-1. And number 2, Stardust Joe, Travis Cullen for Scott McEnany. And this is one that had 10 starts without a win, but has a second and third last year. And this will be just the fourth start of the year. Shows some improvement, so maybe can build from that fifth last time out. Gets a better post position. Maybe can get on the top four now. Stardust Joe and Travis Cullen is 7-2. Gate is rolling for race number 9. Maddie's Halo, Stardust Joe, Talbot Patriot on the inside. In the center, Time Will Envy and Emoticon Walner. To the outside, HP Imagine. Have a Can for Me and Bucky's Fireball. In the second tier, SOS Halo. Field of 9. Race number 9. There at the start of the rough, and Time Will Envy is going to leave out well with HP Imagine and Have a Can for Me. Then Matty's Halo, Stardust Joe, and Talbot Patriot, and Emoticon Walner. But as the field sprints around that first turn, Emoticon Walner went off stride and quickly recovers as they race into the backstretch. And now Time Will Envy goes off stride, and they race into the backstretch, and HP Imagine has the front. Maddie's Halo is racing second. Have a Can for Me has gone off stride. Stardust Joe is racing position third. And then Talbot Patriot is fourth. Emoticon Walner is racing fifth in front of SOS Halo. Then Bucky's Fireball and Time Will Envy, and they race the way around the turn, and it is HP Imagine 7-5 on the board, is getting away on the field and leads it by about 7 lengths over Matty's Halo as the field races on towards us. Then third in line is Stardust Joe. Talbot Patriot, Emoticon Walner is racing position fifth. 59-3 halftime as they work their way on past us. Then positioned sixth right now as they work into the backstretch is SOS Halo. And then it is back to Bucky's Fireball and Time Will Envy. But HP Imagine right now leads by about 12 to 15 lengths. Imagine that. And then racing position to second now, and driving up and grabbing second is Stardust Joe, going off stride when Talbot Patriot. Maddie's Halo, and racing fourth is Emoticon Walner. And the field racing towards the top of the stretch, and this one looks like a qualifier. And it is HP Imagine who leads by about 10 lengths as they turn from off that 3/4 128-2. And it is all HP Imagine just coasting at the finish, and is going to win it by about 15 lengths over Stardust Joe, then Maddie's Halo, and Emoticon Walner. 158-3. Back in front of us, there's the winner, number 6, HP Imagine. Austin Sorry with the winning drive. HP Imagine, trained by Marcel Barrio, owned by Gaston Mastel, and Marcel shares in ownership. First win for HP Imagine, 158-3. Ninth race, pound 6 HP Imagine. 482 5220, 2 Stardust Joe, 332.70. 1 Maddie's Halo 380. $2 exactor 1660. Dollar tries 79.15. Dollar super is 280, 7.95. 20-cent super 57.59. Ninth race, order finish from the top. 328 941 675. That's 328 941 675 on the bottom. Once again, fans note, coming up Sunday is the Charles Jarabinsky Memorial Cup Final. Our 10th dash, about an 11 race card, and there is the list of post positions. You get Bruno No No No, who set the track record here at 148 and 2 this past Sunday. Prince Hal Hanover has earned more than 1.6 million and won his elimination. And a pretty strong overall field that Sunday evening, first dash 6:25 p.m. Field on post parade for the 10th. 1, Catfish Jack, Dave Kelly for Randy Smith. Number 2, Sir A, Travis Cullen for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. 3 is Kiss My Bet, Jason Ryan for Jacob Roberts and Triple SX 1 and Brittany Roberts. 4 is Cold Creek Pantera, Brady Golliers for Vic Putty and Limpco Incorporated. Number 5 is Brooklyn Strong. Dad O'Brien drives and trains and owns. And number 6, no sport pun intended, Sammy Filia for Michael Armstrong and Lee Cullen and Lloyd Howley. And number 7 is Crunch Hanover, Jay Harris for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. 8 is Are You Kidding Me Cabby, Tyler Jones for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. And 9 is Are You Crazy, Paul McKenzie drives and trains and partners with Melissa Rennie. It's a field of 9 for race number 10. Let's get a look at this field. And I want to start with number 2, Sir A. And one that gets an A for effort here last time out. Battled first up, had the lead when they turned for home. One got by. Rocky Mountain Wine got by. And look, this one did finish second, beaten 3/4 of a length. That was a nice turnaround because had a couple of starts that didn't go well before that. Well, actually, 3 or 4. But Sir A came back into form, and I thought that was such a strong performance. Travis Cullen driving. I'd come to Sir A here and is 9-2. Number 3, Kiss My Bet. Finished third last race. Now, this is one that won 9 times last year, but has only one win this year. But Kiss My Bet was a solid starter last time out here. And Kiss My Bet, back in the same class, gets another favorable post. Jason Ryan for Jacob Roberts. Kiss My Bet's a longer play that I think belongs on the ticket. The other two cappers agree and is 12-1 on the board. Number 6, No Sport Pun Intended, is getting love from the other two cappers. And, well, Matt has No Sport Pun Intended on top. Look, last time out, almost came out on top, second beaten ahead. And that was in a class tougher than this one. So, No Sport Pun Intended, who's had just 4 starts this year, 2 runner-up finishes, no wins. The one thing that made me shy away, only 1 win in the past 34 starts for No Sport Pun Intended. But you do see 3 runner-up finishes, well, correction, 2 runner-up finishes in the past 3 starts. No Sport Pun Intended is 4-1. And number 1, Catfish Jag, gets a better post. Had the trailer post at London last race, was able to close into it. Had a strong back half. Catfish Jag might be a sleeper play in here now with the inside post and has some gate speed. Last time this one made the early lead, February the 22nd here, was able to go all the way on top. Catfish Jag and Dave Kelly is 3-1. Gate is rolling for the 10th. Catfish Jack and Sir A and Kiss My Bet on the inside. Cold Creek Pantera, Brooklyn Strong to the outside, No Sport Pun Intended, Crunch Hanover. Are You Kidding Me, Cabby? And the second tier, Are You Crazy? Gate is rolling for the 10th. Here they come. They're nearing the start. And No Sport Pun Intended will leave out with Cold Creek Pantera, Kiss My Bet, and Catfish Jack. Crunch Hanover to the outside. And Are You Crazy? Then it is back to Sir A, who is 7th away. Second from last is Brooklyn Strong, and trailing the field is Are You Kidding Me, Cabby? But Catfish Jack was able to reel in the early lead and is in front right now by about 2 lengths. Then racing second is Are You Crazy? No sport pun intended. And Kiss My Babe. Cold Creek Pantera. Then it is back to Sir A and Crunch Hanover. Racing second last Brooklyn Strong. And Are You Kidding Me? Cabby is trailing the field. They race the way off the turn. And the field heads on towards us. Catfish Jack, 6-5 of the boards, got the lead. They racing up towards us with racing second. Are You Crazy? Filling the pocket. No sport pun intended is third. Then Kiss My Bet to the inside, and Cold Creek Pantera is working on the outside. And then Sir A now is going to roll out wide as they work on around the turn. 55-2. It was a strong half off that 26-3 opening quarter put up by Catfish Jack. Lead of a couple of lengths right now. Are You Crazy? No sport pun intended. Now Sir A is advanced up to take over fourth, and Kiss My Bet is racing fifth. Then Cold Creek Pantera and Crunch Hanover. Catfish Jack leads as they race on to three quarters off that 55-2 halftime. 1:23-4 the three-quarter time. Catfish Jack. No sport pun intended. Are You Crazy? Shares third with a closing Sir A, and fifth is Kiss My Babe. And then it is Crunch Hanover and Cold Creek Pantera, but it is still Catfish Jack. At the field turns for home. Catfish Jack will not be caught. Catfish Jack. Holy mackerel, what an effort by Catfish Jack to win and pour down at the finish. Then second goes to Kiss My Bet, and no sport pun intended third. 1:53-4. Coming back in front of us, 10th race winner, one Catfish Jack. Dave Kelly, the winning driver. Dave is also the trainer and shares an ownership with Randy Smith. Catfish Jack's a 6-year-old BJ's Bicula Bay Gelding. It's the second to win this year. 12th lifetime for Catfish Jack. Tenth race payouts: one Catfish Jack, $453, $273. Kiss My Bet, $12.70 and $6.10, and 6 No sport pun intended. 280. $2 exactor 46.60. Dollar try 67.55. Dollar super 448.95. 20-cent super 89.79. 10th race, order of finish from the top, 162. 793 485. That's 162 793 485 on the bottom. Field for the 11th on parade. 1. That Moment in Life. Pretty Colliers for Melissa Loyer. Number 2 is Stars Treasures. Sammy Fillier for Carmen Cielo and Vanessa McBride for Bello and Frank Gentile. And number 3, You're the One. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen in A1 stable. And number 4 is Flying Art. Damien McClellan for Corey Fuller and Trevor John Yonke. And number 5 is I'd Imagine. Paul McKenzie for Joe Pereira and Laurent Pednot. And number 6, Make It Come True. Guy Gagnon drives and trains and shares in ownership along with Stephanie Gagnon. Number 7, St. Lance Beat It. Mark McDonnell drives and trains and is the owner. 8 is Ashley's Best. Jay Havers for Francis Guillemette and Eric Poisson. 9 is Tell It, Russ, Tell It. Austin Sorry for Gerard Demaris and Francois Morin. Field of 9. Race number 11, the final dash on this Thursday evening. And first up, we'll start with number 3, You're the One, and why not? Because it has just been romping. 5 consecutive wins. Moved up to this class last time out. All the previous wins were in the 8-claimer. Stepped into this class, and was that a problem? No. Crushed the field by almost 5 lengths. In fact, comes in with 3 consecutive wins of more than 4 lengths. You're the One in Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. Certainly gives all appearance of being the one in here. 4-5. Number 1, That Moment in Life, is one that has some gate speed. Inside post position. Got parked early trying to make the lead last race. Now from post 1, just might be able to get a nice trip on the back of You're the One. And That Moment in Life, I think, is one that's going to be able to finish better than the 5th place finish that he was able to garner last time out. And also, look, 8 wins in 15 starts this season for That Moment in Life. Brady Colliers for Melissa Loyer. I think this one's a huge threat. I love the 15-1 on That Moment in Life. Number 9, Tell It, Russ, Tell It, has been racing well, but I don't think the post position fits Tell It, Russ, Tell It very well. But still, 11 out of 16 in the top 2 on the year. Austin Sorey and Gerard Demaris, certainly a contender, but I don't like the post for this 5-year-old gelding. 5-2. And number 5, I'd Imagine, well, was second to You're the One last time out. Was able to come from off the pace and pick up a second. Came home in 27-4. I'd Imagine and Paul McKenzie, only 1 win on the year, but 8 out of 17 in the top 3. Not hard to imagine this one landing on the try again. Paul McKenzie for Joe Pereira. I'd Imagine 14-1. Fans are on number 3. You're the One at 4-5. I love that price and won That Moment in Life 11-1. Gate is rolling for race number 11. That moment in life and Star's Treasure, You're the One on the Inside of the Center, Flying Art and I'd Imagine. To the outside, Make It Come True, St. Lad's Beat It, and Ashley's Best. Second here, Tell It, Russ, Tell It. Field of 9, race number 11. There at the start of the rough, and Flying Art's going to blast out Ashley's Best from the outside, and You're the One in that moment in life. But right now it is Ashley's Best trying to come on and grab the lead. Inside advantage, though, You're the One parking out Ashley's Best, and Ashley's Best is going to take back and find the pocket in behind You're the One. That moment in life is third away. Then it is Flying Art racing position to fourth as they work their way on towards us, and then fifth is Tell It, Russ, Tell It, working in front of Star's Treasure. Then it is back to St. Lad's Beat It, and I'd Imagine, and Make It Come True is trailing the field, and they work the way around the turn. You're the One who's 1-9 on the board's got the lead. Ashley's Best, 45-1, is racing second. That moment in life is positioned to third. They race the way off the turn, and they come on towards us. That moment in life is now going to brave it first over in front of Tell It, Russ, Tell It. Flying Art is racing fifth, and sixth is St. Lad's Beat It. Then it is back to Star's Treasure, and the trailing pair, I'd Imagine, and Make It Come True. 57 3/2, a 30-second second panel breather. You're the One who's got the lead. Ashley's Best is second best now. That moment in life, first up, racing position third. Then Flying Art and Tell It, Russ, Tell It is racing fifth, and sixth is Star's Treasure. Then St. Lad's Beat It, and I'd Imagine. They race on to three quarters. You're the One who's got the lead. You're the One now stretches out the cushion to about 3.5 lengths, and Ashley's Best is trying to hold on to second best. That moment in life in Flying Art, and then Tell It, Russ, Tell It. But You're the One just keeps on marching off that three quarters, 125 3. You're the One is going to score another convincing win and make it 6 victories in a row. You're the One, that moment in life, and then Tell It, Russ, Tell It, and Flying Art, and I'd Imagine 154-2. Back in front of the winner of race 11, number 3, You're the One. Travis Cullen with the driving double. You're the One's an 8-year-old Shanghai Phil Brown gelding. It's the 6th win in a row for You're the One. 7th win this year, 49th lifetime. You're the One, 154-2. 11th race payouts. 3, you're the one, 220, 210, 210. 1, that moment in life, $5 and $2.50. 9, tell it, Russ, tell it, $2.60. 20-cent pick 5, $35.41. $2 exactor, $10.30. Dollar try, $15.80. 20-cent high 5, $94.25. $2 double, 1 and 3, $7.20. The 20-cent pick 3, $2.20. The 20-cent pick 4, $7.76. The 11th race order of finish from the top down, 271 459 863. That's 271 459 863 on the bottom. Fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Thursday evening. Action resumes Saturday. 12 races Saturday night, first of which is 6:25 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shanna.